bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you there, nigga. Your parents was Baptist, and now you want to reject it.
We have like a rule of like one crackhead on the stage at a time or something. Man,
Jacobus is an OG. Jacobus is an OG.
He go for his fucking kindergarten games, nigga. This fake ass Christian.
Bro, why can't you just talk about what we talk about and stay on topic? We'll get to that.
I'm saying we was on topic. You been trying to move the goalposts since I brought up
talking about plagiarism, brother. You talking about authors?
And I'm saying this nigga don't know who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Why you in your feelings?
Oh my God. We can talk about that next, man. But let's talk about the plagiarism.
I'm saying the girl he was talking to is gone. Who you gonna talk to with? You see her, nigga? I don't. But look, we can change topics since you in your feelings, nigga.
Nah, let's change the topic. Oh my God. You already changed the topic, motherfucker. It's White Wednesdays, man. I self-identify as white. Respect my goddamn privilege, please. I only get to have it for one day a week.
You just a nigga with a sour grape in his mouth, nigga.
I don't even know what the fuck that means, bro. Who is this nigga, man?
Yeah, that's Jacobus. You'll get to know Jacobus. You'll get to know Jacobus. He's a unique nigga, man.
Unique nigga? Ain't nothing unique about this nigga and his stupidity.
Oh, I
see this shit every day.
There's a lot unique about him.
All right, let's pull it out. Let's find out, dude. Where we at with it, man?
You know, the scriptures say the wicked flee when no man pursuing. You notice Aisha got up out.
Damn. Damn.
He felt that in his soul, that Christian verse. He said, I remember when Mama used to say that.
Hey, man, leave my mama up out of this, man. If you could, please.
We all got Christian mamas, nigga. We all do. Everybody on this motherfucking stage.
You don't know my mother or my father.
I love her, nigga. I love her because she a Christian.
Let it rock.
Can't forget where we come from, boy.
Where I come from, man, since you know so much about me. Tell me where I come from.
Your head on flat. You doing too much for this man.
When we was kids, nigga, we went to Easter Sunday church, nigga. You went to Easter Sunday church, nigga. You gonna lie and say you did it?
No, I did not, sir.
You gonna fucking lie. You wore that suit, nigga.
Okay. All right.
Nigga know what suit I'm talking about.
All right, man. You got it, Femo. Believe it how you spit it.
Man, fuck this nigga up, man. Do what I taught you, nigga.
Nah, man, it's a new space.
That boy gonna learn
things here, you know. Trying to figure it out. Well, not new space, but you know, I don't be here regularly. It's just my special day for Wednesday. I'll be a regular nigga tomorrow.
So this how y'all be getting down in the morning? Because usually I can't come through, but
you know the day crew nigga sensitive, nigga.
I don't know, man. You know what it is, man? You know, I've done a lot in this app, so sometimes I forget that I got a lot of ops, and then niggas, you know, they come back. You heard him when he said earlier, he was like, I don't like this nigga bootlegger. I don't even know, dog. Like, I don't even know what happened to where.
No, it's all good.
Retention mean nothing in the new room, baby.
What kind of interaction have we had?
Nothing in the new room, nigga. You gotta always remember that.
What kind of interaction have we had in the past that got you like this, man? Like, let's talk about it, man.
All right, let's talk about it. You think I don't like
Yeah. Was it an RPO? Was it in Yates?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you, mommy.
Yeah, you don't like when I do it, do you? See, that's how that shit feel. But go ahead, tell me, man. Let's talk about it.
I'll tell you, all right? I'm telling you why I don't like it.
Watch the stupid shit you gonna say.
Nah, for real, bro. Look, there's something in your heart.
Something in your heart. I knew it, man. What the?
Yeah, something in your heart.
What is you, an Hebrew Israelite or something, man?
He just trolling, man.
I'm a Christian.
Nah, you're not trolling, man.
You know those niggas.
You got a problem with
Christian, nigga.
I say it all the time. He part of the Fuck You Bootlegger Club.
Most of us are Christ followers, thank God.
Who? You talking about me and you?
I said most of us. Most people that chose them.
Most people are, all right, I can dig it.
Our some variant of Christ followers.
Yeah.
and we're all intelligent. We come from an intellectual perspective, which is great because a lot of people don't get to see that side of God believers. So.
But I can tell you pretty, you're not no stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, look, I try, man. Everything is glory to God. He gave me everything I have, so that includes my intelligence.
I just think how they wait till the morning to do this, knowing damn well I'm at the office and I can't turn up like I want to turn up.
It's okay. Patience is a virtue.
And I don't feel like going outside. It's cold in Detroit right now. You know, so I'm going to have to wait till after 5. But if we turn up at 5, we're going to go back and forth and see where we land. We're going to see what stick. We're going to throw this mud against us all and see what happens.
I like that kerosene.
You know what the big nigga legend say this? It is what it is. So I ain't gonna trip on what it was. So what it was, we gonna leave that back there. We gonna start anew by after 5. Just me and you.
Talking
like,
like,
man, it's the same old bootlegger, but don't forget, man, this is new legger. It's a whole new bag. Don't get caught up in it. That's all I'm gonna tell you. New stages and new places.
A new nigga is a whole shit. That's what Grandpa used to say. New nigga is a whole
That's
shit.
it, man.
See, look, let me tell you this though.
Damn, I lost that. I did.
My black ancestors did more for y'all, my people, than any of you niggas.
Nigga, fuck your ancestors. What the hell did you do this morning? What did you do today?
Fuck that, nigga. Fuck that.
All this ancestor shit. Nobody give a fuck about that.
My people
Us
did more for us
right now.
and this
doing
society
today
that anyone can remember. Those
What you doing
Rockefeller laws,
today?
those Rockefeller laws that put your ass in jails because of my family, motherfucker. My family, nigga. What the fuck have your people done? I'm sick and tired of you fake ass Dr. Umar Johnson niggas talking like you know something. The fuck your people done, nigga? What the fuck your niggas done?
Hey, listen, man. These same old tricks ain't gonna work on new dogs.
Yeah, don't nobody want to hear that shit, Sharif.
You a whole
I'm sorry, niggas. Wait, hold on. Did you say what the fuck Huey niggas done, Jacobus?
You 5-pound leg long
Nobody said
ass
it, bro.
nigga. You stay in South African place, nigga.
Oh no,
Hold on, now,
Oh
dog.
no, Jacobus. Hold on, Jacobus. You Puerto Rican, bitch. You Puerto Rican, bitch. You supposed to be in the first world, bitch. The fuck? Instead, you got an island of trash. Don't talk to me about shit. You supposed to be doing better. All you light-skinned niggas. You mad because your mother's a Coca-Cola. Your mother's a Coca-Cola. Your mother's a Coca-Cola. That's why you right. You ain't really light-skinned. You ain't really a good nigga. You don't look like Fat Joe, nigga. Jealous ass nigga.
Yo,
You see this black skin, nigga? This black skin is raw.
I never thought.
Stop black skins because you're dancing Coca-Cola.
All saying it so differently. It's very interesting.
Never thought I was.
You can't spell Coca-Cola without the cock, nigga. You can't spell Coca-Cola without the cock, nigga. That's what your daddy is, nigga. Don't talk to me, nigga.
That's the Huey I know about.
That's cool.
Hell, you don't talk about my father, nigga. And I'll make sure you be uncomfortable every day in this fucking room, nigga.
Still don't fuck with you.
Okay.
That's the Huey I
Then
know.
you better shut the fuck up, nigga. Don't address me, nigga. Don't ask for something.
I rub my dick all over your face, nigga. You a bitch.
Oh,
I asked you yesterday, in front of everybody if you was a faggot, nigga. Yesterday, I asked you in front of everyone, nigga. I asked you yesterday in front of everyone, nigga. I said, I'm never faggot, nigga. How long you took to answer, motherfucker? Nigga, did I ask you yes or no, nigga? I asked you in front of everyone if you was a faggot, nigga. And you couldn't give an answer, nigga.
We needed to do something
You got
about it.
faggot experiences, nigga.
We just
You would have been able to answer that like a real man, nigga. You did homosexual shit in your life, nigga. Why you ain't answer that like a man, nigga? You did faggot shit in your life, nigga. You can't ask you one question yesterday, nigga. I said, you gay, nigga. And what you said. Tell everybody what you said when I asked you if you was gay, nigga.
I said no.
You better come out the closet, nigga.
Bro, you just said the
Wait. You were literally standing with the same Puerto Rican nigga and supporting all the gay shit you were saying. We have witnesses, nigga. You ain't gonna lie to the stage today. We have witnesses. You was enjoying all that
witnesses
shit.
when I asked you if you was a faggot yesterday, nigga. I ain't have witnesses if I asked you if you was a faggot yesterday, nigga. Tell me what you said when I asked you if you was a faggot, nigga.
Jacobus was kicking me his
Tell me what you was a faggot, nigga.
Say it ain't so. He was tickling his who?
You tell me what you said when I asked you for the fact.
He was tickling his ninnies because a nigga was saying some gay shit. He was so tickled.
Oh, no. Lucifer, speak to it, man. Tell us what happened, man. I don't know. I know that's not what it is. It got to be something else, too, we missing. Go ahead. Fill us in the gaps.
I said, nigga, I asked the nigga yesterday in front of everyone, was you a faggot? What you said, nigga?
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about what you
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
And it's funny you have to ask that, but you ain't asked what you said. Dick you were riding.
What you said, nigga? Answer that question.
You ain't asked the nigga whose dick you were riding.
Wait a
See,
minute.
bro, that's the difference between you and me, my nigga. I ain't no faggot. You can't admit it, man. My nigga.
You look 6 weeks pregnant. I can't believe you posted that picture thinking you were hot. You look 6
guess
weeks
what?
pregnant, nigga.
You the first faggot moderator in chillism, nigga. You the first faggot moderator in chillism, nigga.
That's why the
You the first one that ever modded, nigga. You the first faggot moderator, and that's great, nigga. You deserve a fucking award, nigga. You deserve a fucking award. You the first faggot moderator.
You deserve a fucking award because I 10 owed you in checks and you ain't never let it go. And it hurts.
Damn.
I 10 owed you in checks. B-Master likes me more than she likes you nowadays. I get it. I get it. You feel replaced. You're feeling middle child syndrome right now, my guy.
Oh, shit. You know I don't fuck with you, but is this true what you said? Are these facts?
That's facts. It's well established. This is just chillism.
You know I don't fuck with you.
Damn, Lucifer, this is bad work.
Everybody knows Jacoby's got 10 owed.
You got 10 old, Jacoby? Lucifer? I'm gonna call you Lucifer because you acting like the devil right now. Fuck Jacoby.
Should have never started with me, nigga. Should have kept my dick out your mouth, nigga. Should have never started with me. I don't know who told you were fucking
Bro,
like
you
that.
gotta relax, yo. I asked you one question since yesterday, and that shit turned you on.
Fuck that guy.
See, my nigga, you listen, bro. It's obvious. It's obvious, my nigga. It's obvious. Nigga, I know what you would have asked you if you was a faggot in front of everyone. If you was a white nigga, you would have said, get the fuck out of here when I asked you that, nigga.
I'm the trash, my nigga. There's a reason they said it's an
Alright, so let me ask you again. Huey. You ready? Are you a faggot, my nigga?
Man, you trying to change the conversation, man.
I'm not.
No, we gonna stick on what we was talking about.
Well, why your tempo got low? Why your monotone went slow? What's going on? Answer like a real man.
Oh, you want me to yell?
No, you are a faggot,
I'm not a faggot, but you know what you are? You sad, my nigga. You sad and pathetic, my nigga. You 6 weeks pregnant with another man's baby.
Oh, shit. He won't do that.
You literally posed to the side thinking it was going to make you look a little slimmer. That's not how that works, Jacobus. Do some push-ups. Do some push-ups. We can be on the same level.
Now guess what, Huey?
Hey, he went on
You
mute.
never take back the homosexual shit you did, my nigga.
Bro, I can't keep saying that, man. After what you just said on this stage, bro, about what you gonna rub on somebody's face, you gonna have to wear that jacket.
Exactly. That's the funny thing. You said the
Wear
most
that
faggot
jacket,
shit.
man. I can't even repeat it because I'm in the office right now. I don't want the white folks to get scared. They're gonna look at me crazy. But you know what you said.
No, they may crack that lip on your back. You better not say nothing to that.
That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work, gang.
You want to wait till after 5?
You trying to rub stuff up
You want
on
to
the
wait till
faces,
after 5
bro.
o'clock?
I mean, if you want to wait till after 5, but what's up with the rubbing stuff on the faces, though, gang? And I don't even. This the thing, bro. I don't even fuck with you. I want to take your side.
Yeah, my nigga.
I
Wait till after 5
I
o'clock.
can't. I can't because everyone who's being put on the stage right now. Like I would have to kill myself to take your side.
Yeah, you know what you're doing? You dick riding hard than a motherfucker.
No, man, he's the enemy. He's the op. But
Right
at
now, even though the nigga's name is Miguel. Miguel has a dad that looks like Magic Johnson.
Who is Miguel? I don't know the Miguel. Who's Miguel?
You know who Miguel was. He was on his dick this morning. You got witness.
I don't know Miguel.
That tickled your ninnies just now. You giggled.
Who the fuck is Miguel?
Nini is crazy.
You were excited as fuck. Oh, you were rubbing your nipples. Yes, nigga.
Didn't that nigga say he was going to put his dick in your butt and make you fart it out and you laughed that shit off?
No, he told me
He ain't tell me no faggot shit that whole night, nigga. He didn't tell me no faggot shit that whole night. But he told me some faggot shit and you giggled it off, nigga. Did he tell me some faggot shit at all? He didn't tell me no faggot shit at all.
understand that.
You tell me so bad your shit on private knowledge. That nigga read you. That nigga read you like a book. He read you like a shit. He read you like a book. Miguel read you like a book. He chose you. He chose someone else. He ain't chose me. He chose you and Rayaba. He chose you and Rayaba. He ain't make no gay jokes with me, nigga. He ain't make no gay jokes with Baz, nigga. He ain't make no gay jokes with none. Because it ain't after all that shit. Whether you was gay, nigga. So why you think I asked you if you was gay in front of everyone, my nigga? Everybody read the room, nigga. Everybody read the room. We knew you was gay at that moment. I knew you was gay. That's what I said, bro. Are you gay? And you couldn't answer. It's okay though. You gay.
He's Puerto Rican. We're supposed to go
in hell for being gay, nigga. I'm good. Nigga, we all gonna be judged for the shit we said.
Nah,
he gonna be judged for the shit he did, nigga.
Shit you said, only you said that, man. Ain't nobody else from
shit, nigga.
On you.
Shit, we all said some shit. This nigga did some shit. You co-signing it. So you must be a gay helper, nigga.
Bro, this dude sounds obsessed with the gayism, bro. Like, what's
10-0. 10-0.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
That's representative of your life, nigga. That's representative of your life, man. 10-0. 10-0. Not even one win against Huey. Everybody got one win against Huey. Even Rayaba got one win against Huey.
10-0 knockout. They're all in the same game.
Nigga, I'm all in the same game. Listen, the funny thing is, I offered him the game. I offered him the game. I won the knockout, nigga. He asked me when he's at 25 and over like me, nigga. Until you get 25 and over, you will never say you like your bonus, nigga.
For 7 more games after
you gotta get 25 and over, nigga. Until you get 25 and over, you ain't your bonus, nigga.
Let it be over. Let it be over. But he kept asking game after game after game. He kept wanting to run it back. He really thought he was going to get his lick back. And I said, maybe. But I'm 10-0 against you.
Nigga, I'm 25 and over. Nigga, you ain't never catch up to that. What you talking about? 25 so when you niggas
this nigga went and deleted a whole fucking chess.com account just so they didn't
have to talk about, nigga. Y'all niggas got caught for cheating, nigga. Number one of the niggas that was cheating. Nigga just got caught about me saying y'all niggas were cheating. Fuck you talking about?
You said chess.com said they was cheating.
My nigga, they sent me an email saying this motherfucker is someone else cheating.
They sent you an email. They
my nigga.
Man, I think you a captain.
I have the same email. Everybody see. I have the same email. So you
nigga, did you see my email? Yes or no, nigga? Yeah, you see my email, exactly. You was the one of the niggas cheating.
When they sent you that email, did they take you? Did they take away one of my wins or take away one of?
I don't know. My account was deleted, nigga. My account deleted.
Because you deleted it, my nigga. Because you were
nigga. Nah, nigga, my shit on the investigation. All y'all niggas are cheating.
He deleted it. What?
Nah, my shit got that nigga. Yo, the niggas are cheating, bro.
How you gonna say my account got deleted, but you deleted it? Like you didn't.
Nah, they deleted yo, my nigga, chess.com. I got the emails from my shit.
Chess.com also tells people when other people delete their accounts. B-Master posted the PTR saying you deleted.
So why B-Master account got deleted, nigga?
Because she was cheating.
Answer that.
She was cheating.
Why her account got deleted?
I never played B-Master.
Why did her account get deleted? Nigga, that's not what I'm asking you. Now you playing stupid. Now you playing stupid.
Trying to get some dick.
I think exactly. You see, nigga? Her account got deleted because she was cheating, nigga. And you was the other nigga cheating, nigga.
If I was the other
nigga that account for a whole week, nigga, letting niggas know she cheating, nigga.
Why is it after I beat you 10-0, I beat Samoa 8-1?
Nigga, why are you asking me about you cheating? Exactly, nigga. I'm 25 and old. Y'all niggas got caught cheating. And now y'all niggas bitter, nigga. I'm the only nigga in this room with a 25 and 0 winning streak, nigga.
10-0. Address
cheating, nigga. Because you cheated, nigga. Sir? Because you a cheater. Sir? Because you a cheater.
Sir? Sir? That's why he deleted his account. He wanted a fresh start. You know what this nigga said? This nigga deleted his account, came back to the app, and then said, I'm 1,200. This nigga's a dumb, yo.
Yo, so why got your account? accounts, nigga. So why I got 2 accounts? Exactly, nigga. My account only in the nigga you just told me.
This nigga came back with the default ELO and said that's his
And
rating.
I came back with a 25 winning streak, nigga. And you still can't touch that. You taking losses from Rihanna, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
Man, Lucifer, you a moderate one.
You taking losses from Rihanna. Hold on. Let's see who's winning between you and Rihanna. Hold on. I'm gonna PTR that. I'm gonna look through your fucking account now. Hold on.
Damn, I got your ass too, man.
You gonna block my ass? You want me to look at you? He go block it. He go block Oh, damn. Oh, no. Say
And I said, nigga, I was 25 with a 25 winning streak, nigga. Until you niggas get one of those, you can't challenge me to no championship.
Oh, man. I ain't even buying them tickets, man. You gonna have to sell that shit somewhere else.
Nah, nigga, I got emails, nigga. Everyone in this room seen these
Sell them
niggas.
tickets somewhere else, man. Ticketmaster box office is closed. We don't want them with tickets at all. You deleted an account to get your score back to the default. It came back to rack them out that.
Oh, ain't nobody did all that, nigga. Check out Tom.
Yeah,
my shit. I got 2 accounts, nigga. 2 accounts.
Look, this how you know this is not a biased opinion. I don't fuck with Epic no more. But right now, he is definitely winning. And he has the receipts to prove it. I would mute up if I was you. Actually, you should delete chess.com altogether. Get you a chess board and play the regular way.
Nigga, you play chess, nigga. You talking all this slick shit like you play, nigga.
And they killed him. So the thing is like the U.S., we look at what other countries do and we say that they're wrong. But as a soldier, I will tell you that the U.S. is the biggest drug dealer, is the biggest arms dealer, is the biggest human trafficker. We have to be the God when it comes to all of those things. We have to be in control when it comes to all of those things. So, that's just from my 20 years, 22 days that I spent in the military. I went to 4 wars, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. I was about to jump into Haiti in '94 when we was, that invasion there. I did 3 tours in Afghanistan right before I retired, and I saw all of those things. Like when we went to Afghanistan, it was supposed to be for the lithium and cobalt mines. If you recall, Lindsey Graham and Obama sitting in the Oval Office talking about the treasure and things that are in there. But then when we got over there, Purdue Pharma took over and basically said, look, they got all those opium fields and stuff. So if you speak to any Marine that was in Afghanistan, 90% of them was charged with guarding those opium fields. This is Saman. Oh, and I did want to speak on like the Doge or what you guys are speaking about as far as the cutting the budget and the deficit. And I'm on the side to where why can't we do what El Salvador did? Why can't we do what Argentina did? El Salvador, literally crime rate went from like 90% down to less than 10%. And they're literally debt free. They removed all the corruption, all that. Argentina, that dude, he cut 80% of the government. And for the first time in over 100 years, Argentina has no debt. And I feel like when we have all the spending here in our government, when we pay $500 for a regular hammer, when we pay all of those things, like, what's wrong with cutting pork? What's wrong with doing those things?
paying taxes. They just sent another $50 billion to Ukraine to pad their 401s, their Roths, their retirement plan. Not for the war, it's for the regular citizen, for them to start businesses. So I just think, I'm like the last administration. When he elected people in that administration, I didn't know a lot. I knew a few of them, but I was like, okay, let's see what they do. Let's see what happens. And I'm the same way with this administration. Let's see what they do. Let's see what they happen. If we don't like it, who's going in? They'll in there for 4 years. And anybody talking about, black folks is going to be back in slavery and stuff, come on now. Just sit and wait to see what's going to happen with the policies and all those things, because I'm all for EVs not being subsidized. I'm all for, all this money going overseas when we could be helping, our black communities and things like that. So, I just advise, everybody, just wait and see, because I know since November, my portfolio has been amazing.
I can agree with that, Samai. The reality of it is that's all that we can do is sit and wait. However, come pause, the implications of what this administration is planning to do will take, decades to reverse if it's going in the wrong direction, right? And I agree with much of what you said. However, come pause, I think that we must be very careful, extremely careful, as to what we allow this administration to do, right? That's just the reality of it. A lot of people don't understand the trickle-down effect of economic and political policies. That's the country that we live in. It's a trickle-down effect. It's not something that's gonna pop out and you're gonna see it, the very next month that he takes office. That's not how it works. The things that they're trying to in place will affect this country for decades to come. All the federal. Here's one. I'll give you an example. Everyone is privy to the murder case, the subway murder case that just took place, right? Everyone that viewed that video, anyone that views that video of what actually took place, the actual video, right? The live video, right? That the person who took it and put it out, anyone who views that video, it will tell you that is the very definition of murder. That's what that was. Point blank and simple.
Okay, when you talk about the video, what about the testimony from the black folks that was actually there in that train car? Like, they talked about how the dude, I'm not justifying nobody. That dude, Penny, a grown man, he went through the court system. Either we're going to say the court system is just, or we're going to say it's not. When it's about Trump, everything that happens to him is just. It's almost like when an American gets locked up overseas, how come they're always falsely in prison, but the people that are in prison and jail here is justified? Like, come on, we have to look at things. I'm unaffiliated. I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. I'm about policy and my legacy, And I'm sitting here so I look at all the information. And just like I did the last administration, I waited. I wasn't happy with a whole lot. But, the administration before that, people act like Trump wasn't president before. He was. The end of the world didn't happen then, and it's not going to happen now. There's a balance. Just like I'm in North Carolina. I voted for, this year, I can admit, I voted for Trump. But for the governor, I didn't vote for that dude, Mark Robinson, because I felt he was too extreme. There has to be a balance. There's a reason why okay, normally in the midterms, whoever had the Congress loses. There's always some type of balance, but when we talk about the trickle down stuff and stuff like that, we're in a capitalist society. That's not going away. And I tell people, if you're a business owner,
call to make an appointment to be baptized. It's already got like a 5-month lead time. Oh my gosh. Okay, Steph, why aren't you getting
No, not 5 months lead time. I want to be baptized not in my bathtub, and so now I want to wait until the summer again.
I know that's the prevailing excuse. I mean,
what he said like 3 years ago.
I know.
Yes.
Right? So there's something deeper going
I'll
on here.
baptize this baby.
Many seasons have passed. You had your late chance last year. What's going on? If you don't give us a
I don't know what
satisfactory
happened last year, but no.
if you don't give a satisfactory answer, I'm going to make you talk to Adrian.
I don't want to talk to Adrian. I don't have a satisfactory answer. I am running around in
Down there at the
disobedience.
bottom. You know, is that the Gospel in 1 Minute guy, or is that someone else?
That guy.
No, that's that John guy. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what John guy?
That's his name, I think, is John.
Not your enemy, John.
No. The Adrian's name, I think, is also John.
Oh, so everyone named John is bad.
Well,
Except the guy in the Bible. We'll give him a pass. Not to brag, but to brag a little. Man, I made some lo mein last night with some Japanese barbecue sauce and some fried tofu. It was great.
Dude, why is buying a cutting board so difficult?
This is buying a cutting board so difficult. It's true, it is fucking difficult.
I mean,
Gotta go to Marshall's. Get the deals at Marshall's.
I just want a maple cutting board, but apparently this is like, you have to do like 14 hours of research to figure out how this stuff is supposed to work.
can someone real quick go spy and tell us what's going on in the other room that everyone's in?
What other room?
That's where, like, Courtney and everybody else are all in this other room.
Oh,
It's
they
just
were
called
talking
distinction.
about
Yeah, they were talking. The last time I was in there, they were talking about like the third temple and a bunch of other nonsense.
Maple wood cutting board, 1987 at Home Depot.
No, these are like $200.
Okay, well, there's one for $20 at Home Depot. Maple end grain cutting board for $260. That looks like a chunk. Let's see, John Boo's maple wood chop and slice, $36. Oh, 100% made in America, or 100% USA solid maple wood cutting board, $100 on Amazon. You're welcome.
Hey, Steph, they're talking. Kevin G and the Bizzle talking about That does not sound interesting.
The case against Advent.
Yeah, I read that article. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, the case that they make with Advent is that, our progenitors here in America, the Puritans, they abandoned the idea of Advent specifically because it was variant in nature, in the way that the papists had made the holidays. And it also became sacramental in nature, that Advent was part of a series of sacraments in order to receive grace. And so the case against Advent in that article is basically recounting why the Puritans did away with Advent, specifically because the papists had changed it into something that the early church had not used it. And it just comes from St. Martin's. Fasting, and all this other stuff. So it's a pretty interesting article historically. I mean, Advent got its start in the 5th century
But there was a lot of wacky stuff going on in the church by the 5th century.
What actually is Advent? It's like the whole December, like 20-something days.
It's like so originally it was the old Halloween day, all the way to Christmas would be the coming of Christ, and then you would feast, you would fast 2 days a week leading up to Advent, leading up to the birth of Christ. That was the original idea. But it became something more than so like even Jellyfish Church is like my church does Advent as an even Jellyfish Church, and it's just very surface. It's like, hey, Christmas is coming. It's not the deep spiritual holiday that the papists had turned it into that the church rejected.
There's really no biblical reason for it.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, and they make the argument from Romans 13 as well. It's like, there's no, you can't bind somebody's conscience to holy days and things like that.
Daniel in chat. Bad Daniel.
Oh, I know. Daniel's hilarious.
Like, I can't even do my own job.
Yeah, I mean,
Hollywood.
Look,
fucking most incredible hot piece of
Advent around my house. I mean, we have a Christmas tree and we do Christmas stuff and exchange gifts. And
you decorate a pagan forest tree with gold and silver.
That's right. The Jeremiah tree. We call it the Jeremiah tree.
I mean, there's someone wanted to be like legalistic about it and be like, see, look, you're decorating a tree with gold tinsel. Then you could be like extra anti-legal and be like, it's actually blue, so it's fine.
Right, yeah. I don't know, we've got the human avatar angel at the top. But I did see.
Eyes.
No, that would be great. Like I did see that, and if it was available, dude, if somebody was actually selling the biblically correct angel to put on top of a tree, I would totally do that one with like 1,000 eyes. It'd be amazing. It'd be like the wheel with 1,000 eyes, and it's absolutely like nightmare fuel.
Yes, someone has to have done that. Biblically accurate cherubim.
Because that would be amazing.
Okay, let's see. Shopping.
I would totally do that.
They're all such cute little angel. There's one. It's not like 1,000 eye. How do I show you this picture?
Just text it to me.
I'm on my computer. Okay, so they kind of have the spirit of it. It's like one big eye with lots of wood. I've got it. Oh my gosh, I've got it. Okay, yeah. I'm just going to take some pictures of these and text it to you. For the rest of you guys, I Googled biblically correct cherubim Christmas tree topper on Google, and I clicked on shopping. And you have to scroll down a little bit, but, there's some good ones in here.
It's fantastic. I might have to do that. That would be a conversation starter for me.
That's how you create leverage. That's how you
especially when like the papists come over for Christmas. And then I can explain to the papists in our family, like, what that is, because they've never actually read the Bible.
Making friends for life.
Yep.
And you know what Michael W. Smith says? Friends are friends forever, if the Lord is the Lord of them.
That's true.
Remember this one? How do I remember? Why do I remember this?
That song played in church a bunch when I was a kid. I was like, ugh.
I think that was like one if there's like a bunch of like big youth group church drama.
Yeah.
Like be like hugging and crying and making up for whatever drama it does. Like
yes.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, so much youth group church drama.
The atheist hate may be deserved.
Yeah. It's so funny because like my son doesn't have any of the youth group drama. It's weird. Like he's just so like my main friendships like in high school were not at school, they were at church. I don't know if anybody else had that experience, but like, that like I could care less about anybody at school. Like, there's a couple of people that I hung out with and I don't even remember any of their names to this day, but like, and granted I'm 52, so that was a really long time ago for me, but like, But yeah, all the people from youth group I remember, you know, and then we have youth group reunions every once in a while, and it's super sad because like 90% of the youth group is apostatized.
I was laughing at that. I text you these things. The first one says, "It's a be not afraid, biblically accurate tree topper."
Yes, be not afraid. Every time you see an angel in the scripture, the very first thing out of their mouth is, "Be not afraid. Do not be afraid."
I love in
Wow,
Revelation
peanut
when
butter.
John actually passes out.
Peanut pretzel.
Yeah.
Do you
peanut
know
butter,
how
yum.
intense like your reaction
Your
to
dream
something?
has to be, your vision is that you actually pass out in your vision.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the first thing he says, and I love that he records it. Like he fell down because he was absolutely horrified.
Oh, Steph, go check out these tree toppers. I'm putting it on Discord.
So good.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
the tree toppers.
Let's do a vote. What's the favorite one? Oh, someone's not an Ask a Christian. Oh wait, that's not even Ask a Christian Discord. Steph, I need people are. I don't think people are appreciate. I think they're getting a little annoyed by my constant meme posting on that one.
Oh no. I love it.
People just kindly put up with me. I think I need to go back to Ask a Christian, but that means you need to move back in. Like Chris is basically a ghost there, and as long as no one says anything like biblically challenging and just posts funny memes, I think you guys can coexist.
No, Chris pulled a coup. That's his server now.
What?
Yeah.
How do you
Remember? Chris pulled a coup. All the Reformed were going to be taking over Ask a Christian, and they did successfully. And now it's dead. So if you want it resurrected, you got to go talk to Chris.
But Chris has he only has the power you give him. Like he has no
Yeah.
mod controls. No one does.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because after spending a good year and a half building that server, I got my mod controls removed. So
I know, because
you
you
can
kept abusing
build it
them.
back up yourselves. See? That's how that worked.
Don't abuse
Wow,
them.
that is a lot more
Take them away.
Tetsiness than I had expected.
Wow, yeah. She's still salty about it.
For a Christmas gift, if you come back, I will give you a mod, and I will not take it away ever. How about that?
Ooh.
No matter what you do.
Well, wait a minute. But then if she just abuses people to the point where they leave, then
That is not I
Chris
realize.
was telling someone that she was going to hell, and I warned him 3 times, and on the 3rd time, I muted him for 5 minutes. Because we were trying to talk to her about the gospel, and we couldn't. Because he was posting, "You're going to hell, you're going straight to hell. I'm going to laugh when you're in hell." So I muted him 5 minutes. That's his definition of abuse.
Steph,
fairly certain
this is
that
my
I never said I'm going to laugh when you were in hell.
Yeah, you probably did. But
seriously, Steph, here is my Christmas Yule offer. If you will come back, I will make you mod, and I will never take it away. And I trust your good graces to use his power responsibly.
But then you're gonna get a fit from Chris over here.
But he's never
Well,
active anyway, so I.
Well, you'd have to mod both of
It's
us then at
happening
that point.
anyway.
Wait, can one mod abuse another on Discord?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay. Never mind.
What is this? Pfizer warns a 4th booster shot may be needed for those who haven't died yet.
Yeah.
See, that's the stuff you'd see right away.
See,
if you had,
Babylon
like,
B.
tagging on over there.
Babylon B.
All right, be not afraid, Angel Topper. Okay, definitely the one with all the eyeballs is the worst one.
Okay, so
Here, I'm gonna PTR this for the joy of the people in the audience.
thank you. I got some clarification from the BitChute commenter. He says, "No, I'm not talking about Catholic doctrine or Mary being sinless. I'm saying that if you have a mother who is a virgin and she has a baby without copulation, is that baby different to babies that are born through sexual intercourse?" He's very intentional on that phrase.
What kind of question is that? Like, yes, the one time ever in history that this happened, it changed the world. Yes, there's true.
Right.
That's a good way to
Is
approach it.
Jesus different than every other baby? Yes. I mean, what else are we gonna say? Like,
Now we're getting
of course. You know, is he? But again, Hebrews 4:15 is the answer that he is the same as us in everywhere except that he did not sin.
Yes.
Literally, what the scripture says. Oy. All right, I got to figure out a Christmas present for my wife. This is making me crazy.
Oh,
I did get, yeah, good. All right, I did get her. I mean, this is not her main thing, but I did get her a La Crusette, Dutch oven, like enameled Dutch oven. So, because she likes to make chicken coq au vin. Which I taught her how to make.
I mean, I'm going to say get her a biblically accurate tree topper on that. That can be, her early.
She would kill me in my sleep if I got a biblically accurate tree topper. She'd be like, what in the world are you doing? This is supposed to be nice, not terrifying. I'd have to get the biblically accurate tree topper with the voice recording that says, "Be not afraid."
Be not afraid. Be not afraid.
My son would absolutely love the biblically accurate tree topper. I think what I'll do is I will get one of the biblically accurate tree toppers for when he gets married and has his own tree. And I'll be like, here you go, Jesse. Put this on the top of the tree at your house. And he's going to be like, yes. And whatever lady chooses to marry him is going to just shake her head and be like, fine, whatever. She's already going to be long suffering enough for the biblically accurate tree topper.
I mean, this thing is terrifying. Do you think angels are actually made of eyeballs like that?
I don't know, man. Like, it's one of those things that the description is a bit vague, so there's a bunch of ways you could go with it, but like, yeah. Have you ever seen like the 3D animations of the angel, the way accurate angels?
Nope, and I will be avoiding that the rest of my days.
Oh yeah, they're really good. They're like, oh, you're like, oh snap, that would be terrifying. But I mean, we do know that angels have taken human form, and it actually says, in the scripture that
nasal
be nice to
toes.
strangers because you could be, entertaining angels.
Ninja angels, because you don't know if they're angels. Well. Wow, everyone's like leaving. Is that other room really that? Is everyone really wanting to know about Melchizedek?
Sorry, I was changing my PTR back from the biblically accurate angel. Oh look, we have Maul and Adrian.
Steph, please accept my heartfelt request to return, and you'll never have been. You realize I didn't do it because I was mad at anyone, right? Like I was only trying to get peace.
I know.
Everyone was like losing their minds, but it's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. So like it's a net positive no matter what you do. If you show up and kick me off my own server, that's fine.
I would not kick you off. You first of all, you're the head bot. I couldn't do that. Second of all, yeah, I could abuse Chris and he could abuse me equally if we were both mods.
No, there's no other mod. You will be the only other mod.
Oh really?
I told you that. No one is mod.
Why am I not a mod yet?
Oh, remember how I let all those Catholics in there? And then you didn't like that either?
Oh no, I just got in a tussle with that Ito guy.
Nate.
Wait, you got in an argument with Ito?
Nate, can you move on?
He was, what, Mavis?
I need mods.
Yeah, we just got in an argument about like the Mary thing or something, or Mary veneration.
Don't mess with her. You need to pray to her. She helps you.
That's what some say.
Yeah, that's my people.
In the words of what's his face from Hamilton? Nope, I lost it. Lin-Manuel Miranda. In the words of Lin-Manuel Miranda, she's super dead.
I did like that musical. I will have to.
Oh, it's fantastic. Great.
So I got a question for the room and for Chris.
Yes.
So he said, Chris said earlier, it's kind of interesting. I feel like this is actually a really important topic where Chris said that Jesus is not like any other baby ever before, that was the first type of baby ever born like that. So my question is, was Christ a man who became God, or was he God who became man, who became God? I'm just saying that like that distinction is very important in terms of your fundamentalist, Christian opinion or, knowledge. So, it's my belief that, ye are sons of God, but you shall die as men. That is the glorification or the deification, or really the good news of the gospel, is that you don't have to.
Started off as such a good question.
Well,
you should have stopped early.
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, they're aligned. Is that either? Anyways, that's my opinion statement question.
So the Christian doctrine is that the second person of the Trinity took on an additional human nature. That's the answer.
Yes.
So, pre-existent, second person of the Trinity, eternal, Yahweh, took on a humbling of human nature. There is no other Christian position. If you hold a position other than that, you are outside of Christendom.
Correct. Guys, I have to run. Do you all have to run as well?
Yeah, I'll probably close it if you leave. Unless Chris, do you want to stay?
Not really. I got things to do.
About to go listen about Melchizedek for the next couple hours.
Give me mod stuff.
No, son.
Nope.
Adrian and I will hold it down. We'll hold it down here. You can mod us.
I get no love.
All right, Steph. So I guess I'll go ahead and end it. I wish you guys got here earlier. We were looking for other people to play with. So I invited you. I hope you will prayerfully consider coming back. Bring as many Catholics and whatever as you want. And we'll see you guys all later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The room.
Maybe I'll start it.
Oh wait, what's going on? What's going on? My computer's shooting on sparks. Oh no, I want to make you mod so bad.
Wait, I got a question, Steph. Steph, you said you're not baptized?
Yeah, this room's about to end.
Oh, sorry, I just got back from the kitchen. Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Yeah, have a good day. On a serious note.
तो इतना काम अकेले करते हैं या मतलब साथ में आपको हेल्पिंग के लिए भी है, हेल्पर्स भी हैं?
That's my boy. Be no perturbed. Who amongst me no respects his friend? Who amongst you is no security? Who amongst pits? Who is angry? Who are you? What is that? Well, no anger. You're angry that I mean anything. Well, go foosh. What is foosh? Let me Google that for you. All is the best. Google see. Pizza Gator's real. Down love is fake.
You crossed the line for the last time. I'm taking possession of the nuclear bomb I paid for. You will return to redemption someday. Once your master reveals himself and fulfills his purpose, If Commodus was one of I'm Korean now, you guys. If Commodus finds himself beholding to us all. Brutus here, this Caesar was a tyrant and servant. We bless the Romans, brethren. You gentle Roman. Peace. Let us hear him. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus have told you Caesar was ambitious. If it was so, it was a grievous fault. Grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious, when that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept? Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? Judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. Methinks there is much reason in his sayings, if thou consider rightly of the matter. Caesar has had a great wrong. Has he, masters? I fear there will a worse come in his place. Mark his words. He would not take the crown. Therefore, he certainly was not ambitious. There's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony. But yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. Oh, masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I'd rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I would wrong such honorable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. It is his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read. And they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying mention it within their will. Have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You were not wood, you were not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not that you are his heirs. But if you should, oh, what would come of it? Will you stay a while? I have overshot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. They were traitors. Will compel me then to read the will. Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend, and will you give me leave? Stand follow. You all don't know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. It was on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the Nervii. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Gascon made. Through here the well-beloved Brutus stabbed. And as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark of the blood of Caesar followed it. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, oh ye gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. For this was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stabbed, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen. And I and you and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Kind soul, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look here! Here is himself, marred as you see with traitors.
Piteous spectacle.
Oh, noble Caesar! Sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not that made them do it. They are wise and honorable, and will no doubt with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain, blunt man, that love my friend, and that they know full well that give me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor power of speech to stir men's blood. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show your sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus and Brutus Antony, were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar's that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny! You hear me, countrymen? You hear me speak? Why, friends, you go to do you know not what? Wherein is Caesar thus deserved your love? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then, you have forgot the will I told you of. Here's the will. And under Caesar's seal, to every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. Moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors and new planted orchards on this side Tiber. He hath left them you and to your heirs forever, common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar, when comes such another?
Come away! Everybody in the holy place! Under the cries, the traitors hunted!
Lord Jesus, my sweet Savior, clear my wits. Dear Lady, blessed Mother of God, comfort my wife and daughter, and forgive me for them.
Sir Thomas More, you have heinously offended the King's Majesty. We hope that if you will even now forfeit and repent of obstinate opinion, you may still taste his gracious pardon.
My lords, I thank you.
As for the matters you may charge me with, I fear from my present weakness that neither my wit nor my memory will serve to make sufficient answer. I should be glad to sit down.
A chair for the prisoner. Master Secretary Cromwell, head of the charge. I have, my lord. Then read the charge. That you did willfully and maliciously deny and deprive our liege Lord Henry of his undoubted certain title, Supreme Head of the Church in England.
But I have never denied this title.
At Westminster Hall, at Lambeth, and again at Richmond, you stubbornly refused the oath. Was this no denial?
No, this was silence. And for my silence I am punished with imprisonment. Why have I been called again?
On a charge of high treason, Sir Thomas, for which the punishment is not imprisonment.
Death. comes for us all, my lords. Yes, even for kings he comes.
The death of kings is not in question, Sir Thomas.
Nor mine, I trust, until I'm proven guilty.
Your life lies in your own hands, Thomas, as it always has.
Is that so, my lord? Then I'll keep a good grip on it.
Sir Thomas, you stand on your silence.
I do.
But, gentlemen of the jury, there are many kinds of silence. Consider first the silence of a man when he is dead. And suppose we go into the room where he is laid out and we listen. What do we hear? Silence. What does it betoken, this silence? Nothing. This is silence, pure and simple. Now let us take another case. Suppose I were to take a dagger from my sleeve and make to kill the prisoner with it, and my lordships there, instead of crying out for me to stop, maintained their silence. That would betoken. It would betoken a willingness that I should do it. And under the law, they would be guilty with me. So silence can, according to the circumstances, speak. Let us consider now the circumstances of the prisoner's silence. The oath was put to loyal subjects up and down the country, and they all declared his grace's title to be just and good. But when it came to the prisoner, he refused. He calls this silence. Yet is there a man in this court, is there a man in this country who does not know Sir Thomas More's opinion of this title? Yet how can this be? Because this silence betokened, nay, this silence was no silence at all, but most eloquent denial.
Not so. Not so, Master Secretary. The maxim is quitate consentire. The maxim of the law is silence gives consent. If therefore you wish to construe what my silence betokened, you must construe that I consented, not that I denied.
Is that in fact what the world construes from it? Do you pretend that is what you wish the world to construe from it?
The world must construe according to its wits. This court must construe according to the law.
I wish to call Sir Richard Rich.
Richard Rich, come into court. Richard Rich.
that says, friends are friends forever.
Bring it over to my place. Are you ready? Just like that.
In America,
Hi, it's in between examiners.
Characteristic feature. He named it after himself. Called it to narration.
I think, this was part of the agreement with the ceasefire.
So Abraham and Sarah were blessed with their son.
Every point of the pandemic.
What's happening? It is your dead.
Yes, all three of them, by the way. Yes. It's not good, though. It's like 1, 2. Go look at the American policy of the differentiated college path. So likewise, when we're done, so likewise, Isaac comes. Womanizer. Isaac comes. Womanizer, 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 womanizer. And then all his wives comes in. You ain't like obituary and dead people. That's like. Go over it again. It doesn't cost them.
That's my ink.
Many women who would love to have the cat. Members, I'm like. In the fronting task, behold, there are 3 ordeals in one, and may be given in 3 ways.
And a little. Baxter International was the one that made the
Spirit
Rudraya. Om Namaste Rudramanyavauto Taishave Namaha. Namaste Astu Dhanva.
Meditation can be practiced anytime and anywhere. Begin by inviting your mind into the room that you're in right now. And then invite your mind and your heart to notice how your body is feeling. You invite the heart in to join the mind so that whatever it is that you notice in your body is accepted and related to with a very kind view. Notice where you feel your breath. It might be in your belly. It might be somewhere in your chest. Or maybe you're just noticing it as it enters and leaves the nostrils. Where is it for you right now? Now draw your awareness to the soles of your feet. Feel your toes. See if you can notice where your toes touch or where there might be space between your toes. Notice your feet fitting into your socks or your shoes if you have them on. And notice the floor beneath your feet or the ground. And then draw your attention into your calves and allow your calf muscles to soften. Move your awareness up a little bit higher into your knees. See if you can notice the space between the kneecap and the joint of your knee. And feel the skin wrap around your knee. Now draw your mind's eye into your thighs. Notice the weight of your thighs. Notice the length of your thigh bones. See if you can feel where your thigh bone fits or nestles into your hip socket. Feel your sitting bones resting into your chair or whatever it is that you're sitting on right now. And give your weight to the sit bones. And then draw your attention to your belly and let your belly be very soft. Notice your spine. Notice how your spine is holding you up. No need to rearrange it. Just notice the sensation of one vertebra on another, all the way up through your neck to the base of your skull. Draw your attention now to your torso. And see if you can relax all your organs and glands inside and soften the muscles all around the torso. Feel the weight of your arms and the crook of your elbow. Notice how your hands are right now. Relax the hands. Allow the fingers just to hang. And then soften the root of your tongue and relax your throat and neck. And then draw your awareness to the tip of your tongue as it very lightly touches the roof of your mouth or the back of your teeth. Allow your jaw to be somewhat slack and the skin on your face to soften. Relax the corners of your eyes and allow your eyes to fall towards the back of your skull, whether they be open or fully closed. Imagine your scalp relaxing and your skull widening. And then imagine that your mind is as vast, infinite, and clear as the sky. Now deepen your breath. Allow your breath to be long, slow, and smooth. A long inhale and a complete exhale. And when you're ready, allow your eyes to open again. And feel this delicious weight in your body. Feel the softness in your mind. Notice this clarity that can come from just a few moments of checking into your body. You can do this anytime and anywhere. May it be helpful to you.
Yoga Nidra, the sacred fire within. Yoga Nidra means waking sleep. It is best to practice this meditation in a very comfortable position. Lie down on your back. Support your head and knees with pillows or blankets. Place your arms by your sides with your palms turned up. Take a moment now to get settled. Adjust your clothing or blankets and soften your breathing. Intend to create a sacred space for yourself right now. Deeply honor yourself and intend that this time be set aside to embrace and honor your whole self. Also take time to honor your body. Honor all its wisdom and stored knowledge. relax a little deeper. And allow your breath to soften into an easy and natural rhythm. Soft, easy, and relaxed breathing. Allow this moment to be totally new. Each time we take this Yoga Nidra journey together, your experience will be completely unique. Let go of all expectations and allow your experience to be new and fresh. Visualize that you are in a very sacred space. Imagine a place that feels natural and free, peaceful and comforting. Allow your intuition to choose a space for you. Let an image or feeling arise for you spontaneously. And then connect to this space deeply on the heart level. Within this sacred space, imagine a temple. Envision this temple as a structure of pure light and love, as if vibrating peace and serenity. Visualize that you are now walking into this temple. Walking into a space of total love. Immerse your whole being in the love and light of this place, and allow its love to penetrate every layer and level of you. Imagine that right in the very center of this sacred temple, there is a fire burning. Let your intuition lead you. You may envision the flames to be mystical in nature. Perhaps they are blue, or maybe yellow or green. Let your own creative spark speak to you now. Imagine the light within this fire is now growing brighter. In your mind's eye, see or feel this flame of pure love glowing brightly and strongly. Become aware of the feeling or the essence of this sacred space. feel or imagine a loving presence within this space and invoke a feeling of gratitude, understanding, and tenderness. Take a moment to check inside yourself for any feeling of unrest, anything within you that may be unsettled, uneasy, or unsure. Let this moment be a perfect opportunity to make an offering into the fire. Anything you feel is no longer serving you, anything that may be holding you back in any way. Trust that the fire is consuming your offerings and transmuting them into an energy of pure love and acceptance. It does not pick and choose. It will simply take what you offer and burn it completely. Trust that whatever you are offering now will be made new for you, purified and clarified by the light of love. Continue to dive deep within yourself. Notice now if you have anything left to offer. Anything at all that is ready to be purified. And now really be with your sacred fire. Resolve to make the most of this time. Reach deep inside yourself. This moment right now is a perfect moment to resolve, heal, and bring to perfect peace anything and everything. The purifying power of this flame is unlimited by its very nature. Imagine yourself placing any energies of unease, into the fire one by one. Feel it deeply as each one is taken, consumed, dissolved, resolved, and brought to permanent peace and harmony. Look into all hidden corners. Anything within you that just wants to be free. Anything within you that wants to rest in love. This is the time now and the space where anything is possible. Imagine that this flame is residing in your heart and is settling down to remain here and burn permanently. Draw the flame, the temple, and its loving presence within you, deep inside your own sacred heart space.
Shall be the mother Erecta. Soul impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions come to its perfection is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou
4. Features. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. Thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receiveth the tarot and the universe. The night of cool. For dogmatism. Add one object into two parts, or add another unit to it. This principle lies at the basis of all scientific thought and work. The first thought of the man of science is classification, measurement. He says, this oak leaf is like that oak leaf, this oak leaf is unlike this beech leaf. Until one has grasped this fact, one has not begun to understand scientific method. The ancients were fully cognizant of this idea. The Chinese, in particular, based their whole philosophy on this primary division of the original nothing. One must begin with nothing. Otherwise the question would arise, whence came this postulated something? So they wrote the equation, 0 equals plus 1 plus minus 1, 0 equals plus 1 plus minus 1. Plus 1 they called the yang, or male principle, minus 1, the yin or female principle. These then combine in varying proportion, giving the idea of heaven and earth in perfect balance, the sun and the moon in imperfect balance, and the four elements in unbalanced form. See diagram at right. The Chinese cosmos. This Chinese arrangement is thus tenfold, and has been shown to be admirably equivalent to the system which has been here examined. 6. The ancient scheme of the elements, planets and zodiacal signs, was summarized by the Kabbalists in their Tree of Life. This identity between the two systems was masked, until quite recently. The present author discovered this fact during his study still incomplete of the Yi King, by the fact that the Chinese continued with their doubling up system, and so turned their 8 trigrams into 64 hexagrams, while the scholars of Western Asia joined together their 10 numbers on the Tree of Life by 22 paths. The Chinese have thus 64 principal symbols as against the 32 of the tree, but the Kabbalists have a concatenation of symbols which is capable of very subtle interpretation and handling. It is also better fitted to describe the internal relations of its elements. Moreover, each can be multiplied or subdivided at will, as convenience may require. The Tree of Life, 1. This figure must be studied very carefully, for it is the basis of the whole system on which the tarot is based. It is quite impossible to give a complete explanation of this figure, because, for one thing, it is quite universal. Therefore it cannot mean the same to any one person as to any other. A's universe is not B's universe. If A and B are sitting opposite each other at table, A sees the right side of the lobster, and B the left. If they stand side by side and look at a star, the angle is different. Although this difference is infinitesimal, it exists. But the tarot is the same for all, in the same way in which any scientific fact or formula is the same for all. It is most important to remember that the facts of science, though universally true in the abstract, are still not precisely true for any one observer, because even if the observation of any common object is made by 2 people of identical sensory reactions from the same spot, it cannot be done directly at the same time, and even the smallest fraction of a second is sufficient to move both object and observer in space. This fact is to be emphasized, because one must not take the Tree of Life as a dead fixed formula. It is in a sense an eternal pattern of the universe, just because it is infinitely elastic, and it is to be used as an instrument in one's researches into nature and her forces. It is not to be made an excuse for dogmatism. The tarot should be learnt as early in life as possible, a fulcrum for memory and a schema for mind. It should be studied constantly, a daily exercise, for it is universally elastic and grows in proportion to the use intelligently made of it. Thus it becomes a most ingenious and excellent method of appreciating the whole of existence. 2. It seems probable that the Kabbalists who invented the Tree of Life were inspired by Pythagoras, or that both he and they derived their knowledge from a common source in higher antiquity. In any case, both schools agree upon one fundamental postulate, which is as follows. Ultimate reality is best described by numbers and their interplay. It is interesting to note that modern mathematical physics has been finally driven to some similar assumption. Further, the attempt to describe reality by a single definite term has been abandoned. Modern thought conceives reality under the image of a ring of 10 ideas, such as potential, matter, and so on. Each term
Hey, John.
Hey Ken, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Oh, you know, I'm a landlord, a lord of the land. I can't complain.
Have you stumped the IRS yet?
No, it's been a couple of weeks, but I told my manager not to communicate with me anymore because I don't feel comfortable because she sexually harassed me and called me a whore.
Really?
So I said that I mailed.
Get the lawyer yet?
No, I didn't get a lawyer, no.
What are you waiting for?
Ken, I got all the time in the world. What am I in a rush for? To get back on the track, to get back on the railroad tracks, to go, keep go, work. You know, break
so
my.
that he'll make sure you're doing the right thing.
Ken, I'm doing the right thing. I'm praying every day, meditating in silence, in a blissful ecstasy. They can't bring me down. I got the VA disability. It's almost $4,000 a month. I'm uncollectible. I'm retired. And I got my tenants out.
They're not paying you anything, are they?
No, the IRS isn't paying me anything. No.
Well,
I'm in a grievance mode. You know, I'm sick, so I can't devote myself to doing all the legal necessities that may be required. The fact is, they haven't been able to fire me yet. I don't think they'll be able to fire me until I come in. It's successive. It's a career appointment. They can't fire me until I come in and give them the explanation that they want. Like, that's what they're waiting on. Everybody's waiting on
I
me.
hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Ken, there's no downside. Nothing can happen to me. I'm on fixed income, almost $4,000 a month from the federal government. If that changes, then my fate changes, and I got to get back to work. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here studying. I'm getting my PhD that I can't get in a university because it's a waste of money. So I got 1,000 books here. I got to go through them all, read them all, put them all on the internet, declare this is my reading list, maybe file the Chapter 13. But the point is, I can live here on cash. I can rent my rooms for cash. They can't stop that. They could try, but it'll be more difficult. So I'm basically, living on cash, which is not a bad thing. And I don't pay property taxes. I'm the luckiest guy in Northwest Chicago. I'm not gonna go, pull my hair out that I don't even have anymore, Ken.
Okay, so what else is going on?
Not that I'm gonna go to the gym.
What's the lover in the Philippines doing?
I haven't heard from him or seen anything from him in a while. He might not be alive anymore. He might be in somebody's stomach right now. Some Filipino island probably cooked him and ate him, thinking they could consume the last of what he's got. Who knows?
Or his girlfriend.
He's a sicko.
Having or had a baby.
No way. He's gonna be a dad?
Well.
Did he talk to you? Because I look at his internet stuff, but I haven't seen anything from him.
I haven't talked to him in quite a while.
That guy having a kid is as likely as him going to the gym and lifting some weights. I tried to get him to go to the gym 20 times. Nah. He's a man-child. I hope he's... You think he's happy running around with some 13-year-old in the Philippines? It's like, is that a vacation? He's mental. That's insanity. Go to Miami. Go to Los Angeles, go somewhere and just have a vacation. But like what he's doing is like, running around the third world. It's dangerous and it's, it's a waste of his time.
He's asking for trouble.
He's already in trouble. Like he's mentally effed. You know what I'm saying? He's borderline autistic. I don't know how to describe it, He has a brace on his wrist. It's like, what happened to you? Do some yoga, sit in the sun, go to the gym. I don't know. He's retarded in my opinion. But he's also super political. I gotta say, he is insanely political. He hates Israel.
As your life is concerned, things are good.
Yeah, my gravity is very powerful. I helped this black Marine veteran one time. I bought him an RV in Los Angeles for $1,600. He lived in that thing for many years, and I said he parked it by this fancy gym. I said, Lorenz, how have you stayed here for so many years? He said, I got staying power. So I'm just saying I got staying power. So do you, Ken. That's why we're talking right now. You got a lot of strength in you yet, Ken.
So yesterday and Monday, my one daughter and son-in-law set up a desk and my computer in my room.
Mm-hmm.
So Monday, I couldn't get the computer going. And then my other daughter came in, she got it going.
Oh, nice.
So yesterday, I had a struggle to get out of bed, get to the desk. God, it was terrible.
What, the computer or your body?
My body trying to get the computer going.
Yeah, it'd be so much, don't worry about the laptop. What you needed to do is just use a smartphone and rely on that because it's so easy to use now. You know, it's so easy to use a smartphone. You can have so much fun and, you know, get your stuff together with your communication, because that's all you're really trying to do is communicate with people now, you know, but you could do it on the cell phone. But getting up and getting out of bed, you know, and trying to get on the ground if you can. I mean, you know, your physical therapy is like a journey now. You can get stronger, you know, be patient, be kind to yourself.
Because I'm in COVID, I'm not doing any more physical workouts.
Well, don't worry about COVID, because that's a scam. Only thing you can do is try to move. You have to have willpower. There's nothing else that can help you other than your own willpower of yourself. You still have a flame within you. You got to use that flame within you and push, and communicate, and just, you know, try to enjoy your ride, enjoy your food. You know, if everything is paid for and nothing is stressful.
That's what I'm trying to do, John. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, stay active and use a cell phone. You know, if you have do you have a smartphone now, or are you using a flip phone?
Mr. Kenna?
Okay, Ken.
Try it from side to side, okay?
Okay, Ken. Talk to you soon. God bless.
Bye.
He can't get out of bed. Holy shit.
Has no meaning in itself, it can only be understood in terms of the others. This is exactly the conclusion which appears earlier in this essay, with regard to the way in which the planets, elements and signs were all dependent on each other, and composed of each other. But the further attempt to reach reality led the Kabbalists to sum up the qualities of these rather vague and literary ideas by referring them all to the numbers of the decimal scale. Numbers, then, are the nearest approach to reality which is shown in this system. The number 4, for instance, is not so specially the result of adding 1 to 3, or squaring 2, or halving 8. It is a thing in itself, with all sorts of moral, sensible, and intellectual qualities. It symbolizes such ideas as law, restraint, power, protection and stability. In the Kabbalistic system, the original idea is 0. It is intentional to repeat here, in other language, the ideas explained already in this essay, which appears under 3 forms, rather as, in Chinese philosophy, the Tao becomes manifested little by little through the Te, or as, in the best of the Hindu systems, the god of destruction and annihilation, Shiva, becomes manifested through the infinite energy, Sakti. The system begins therefore with Am nothing, Am Soph without limit, and Am Soph for the limitless light. One may now proceed to imagine any point in this light, to select it for observation. The fact of doing so makes it positive. This gives the number I, which is called Kether, the crown. The other numbers arise by reason of the necessity of thought as explained in the following table. The Naples arrangement so called because first worked out in that city. 61 equals 0. 61 plus 146 equals 0 as undefined, space. 61 plus 146 plus 207 equals 0 as basis of possible vibration. 1. The point, positive yet indefinable. 2. The point, distinguishable from my other. 3. The point, defined by relation to 2 others. The abyss between ideal and actual. 4. The point, defined by 3 coordinates, matter. 5. Motion, time the womb, for only through motion and in time can events occur. 6. The point, now self-conscious, because able to define itself in terms of above. 7. The point's idea of bliss, Ananda. 8. The point's idea of thought, Chit. 9. The point's idea of being, Sat. 10. The point's idea of itself fulfilled in its complement, as determined by 7, 8 and 9. It will be seen from the above that by means of these 10 positive numbers, but not by any lesser number, one can arrive at a positive description of any given object or idea. So far, the argument has been erected on a rigid, mathematical basis, with only the slightest tincture of philosophy to give it form. But it is at this point that, for the purpose of describing the object's thought and sense, one is compelled to join hands with the astrologers. The problem now is to assign to pure number the moral ideas which go with it. This is partly a matter of experience, partly tradition derived from older experience. It would be unwise to discard tradition with complete contempt, because all thinking is bound by the laws of the mind itself, and mind has been formed rough thousands of years of evolution in each man by the thoughts of his ancestors. The cells of all living brains are just as much the children of the great thinkers of the past as the development of the organs and limbs. There are very few people today who have heard of Plato and Aristotle. Not 1 in 1,000, perhaps 10,000, of those have ever read either of them, even in translations. But there are also very few people whose thinking, such as it is not conditioned by the ideas of those two men. In the Tree of Life, therefore, is found the first attempt to connect the ideal with the actual. The Kabbalists say, for example, that the number 7 contains the idea of Venus, and the number 8 that of Mercury, that the connecting path between I and 6 refers to the moon, and that between 3 and 6 to the sign of Gemini. Then what is the true meaning, in the category of the real, of these planets and signs? Here again one is faced with the impossibility exact definition, because the possibilities of research are infinite. Also, at any moment in any research, the one idea merges into the her and clouds the exact definition of the images. But this, of course, is the objective. These are all blind steps on the way to the real light, when the universe is perceived as one, yet with all its lights, each necessary and each distinct. The beginning of this work is, however, easy enough. One requires no more than elementary classical knowledge. Roughly taking, for a start, the natures of the planets are described by those of the gods after whom the actual bodies in heaven were named, according to the old astrological ideas of their influence on each. But it is helpful to note which planet rules which sign, and in which sign which planets are exalted. The individual fixed stars do not enter into the system of the tarot. The tarot and the Tree of Life. The tarot, while based on these theoretical attributions, was designed as a practical instrument for Kabbalistic calculations and for divination. In it is little place for abstract ideas. The subject of the book The Tarot is called the Book of Thought. Uti is the influence of the 10 numbers and the 22 letters on man, and his best methods of manipulating their forces. There is therefore no mention of the 3 veils of the negative, which was discussed in the description of the Tree of Life. The description begins with the small cards, numbered 1 to 10. These are divided into 4 suits according to the 4 elements. Thus the Ace of Wands is called the root of the forces of fire. It pertains to Kether, and purports to represent the first positive manifestation of the idea of fire. The 2 pertains to Chokmah. But here is already no more the simplicity of the idea of fire. An idea in action or in manifestation is no more the pure idea. This card is attributed to the first decan of the fiery sign Aries, which is ruled by Mars. This, then, gives the idea of a violent and aggressive force. The card is therefore called the Lord of Dominion. This progressive degradation of the idea of fire goes on increasing through the suit. Each successive card becomes less ideal and more actual, increasingly so until, with the number 6 which corresponds to the sun, the center of the whole system, the fiery idea surges, balanced, hence pure, although complex. Beyond this, the force is beginning to expend itself, or to spiritualize itself, in the cards of the decan of Sagittarius. But the best fixation of the fiery force is found in the 9, which number is the foundation of the structure of the Tree of Life. Thus the card is called the Lord of Strength. The fire has been purified, etherealized and balanced. But in the 10, showing complete materialization and nimiety, the effect of fire is pushed to its extreme limit. Its death is impending, but it reacts against this as best it can by appearing as the Lord of Oppression, formidable on the surface, but with the seeds of decay already sprouting. The above summary can easily be applied by the student to the other suits. The court cards are 16 in number, 4 to each suit. There is thus a subdivision of each element into its own system. The knights represent the element of fire, so that the Knight of Wands represents the fiery part of fire, the Knight of Cups, the fiery part of water. Similarly, the princesses or empresses represent earth, so that the Empress of Discs, Coins, or Pentacles represents the earthy part of earth. These cards have many manifestations in natural phenomena. Thus, the Knight of Wands has the attribution of Aries, and represents swift violence of onset, the lightning flash. But the airy part of fire is sympathetic with Leo, the steady force of energy, the Sundial. Lastly, in the watery part of fire, the harmony is with Sagittarius, which shows the fading, spiritualized reflection or translucence of the image of fire, and this suggests the rainbow. See Table of the Triplicities of the Zodiac. The Atu of Ta'uti, or the 22 Houses of Wisdom, or the 22 Trumps of the Tarot. Atu, house or key, in ancient Egyptian. Ta'uti, Egyptian god of wisdom, magic, science, also illusion. In Coptic, Thoth. In Greek, Hermes. In Latin, Mercury. The Hindu and Scandinavian gods corresponding are debased forms. 22 is the number of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. It is the number of the paths of the Sefer Yetzirah. These paths are the paths which join the 10 numbers on the figure called the Tree of Life. Why are there 22 of them? Because that is the number of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and one letter goes to each path. Why should this be so? Why should these paths be arranged on the tree in the way that the diagram shows? Why should there not be paths connecting the numbers 2 and 5 and the numbers 3 and 4? One cannot answer any of these questions. Who knows how God leave an ox to be, no camel, quoth the Jews, like G. Browning? One knows only that this was the conventional arrangement adopted by whoever it was that devised the tarot. What is worse, it seems very confusing, very annoying. It shakes one's faith in these great sages. But at least there is no doubt that this is so. The letters of the Hebrew alphabet are 22. There are 3 mother letters for the elements, 7 double letters for the planets, and 12 single letters for the signs of the zodiac. But there are 4 elements, not 3. Or, including the element of spirit, an important matter to initiates, there are 5. There are therefore 2 letters of the alphabet which have to do double duty. The element of fire is very close kin to the idea of spirit, so the letter Shin, belonging to fire, may be taken to mean spirit as well. There is a special reason why this should be so, although it only applies in later ages, since the introduction of the dogma that spirit rules the 4 elements, and the formation of the pentagram of salvation connected with the Hebrew word Esh. These additions are clear evidence that the tarot took definite and arbitrary steps to assert the new discovery in magic some 2,000 years ago, for no system is more rigid than a Hebrew system. And the system of the Sefer Yetzirah is the deepest rooted of all the elements of the Hebrew system, the most dogmatic of them all. The tarot is justified not by faith, but by works. The departures from the original bone dry Kabbalah have been justified by experience. The point, raised above, about the way in which the paths are selected to join certain numbers and not others, is found to express important doctrines connected with the facts of initiation. It must always be borne in mind that the tarot is not only an atlas for recording facts, but a guidebook showing one how to travel through these countries previously unknown. Travelers in China are somewhat bewildered at first when they are told that it is 100 li from Yongchang to Prepeng, but only 40 li from Prepeng to Yongchang. The answer is that the li is a measure of the time of marching, not of miles. The difference of calculation informs one that Prepeng is a long way up the hill. It's not only what victory is like, but also the conditions to be fulfilled in order to obtain victory. There is need of the fiery energy of the suit of wands, the balance of the number 6, the stubborn courage of Leo, and also the influence of Jupiter, the little bit of luck that tips the scale. These considerations are particularly important in dealing with the Atu, or drums. The planets are already represented in the numbers or Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, but they have also attributions to certain of the paths. Some etymologists of a singularly idle disposition have tried to derive the French word atout from the Ata meaning house. It may seem simpler to suggest that atout is short for bon atout, meaning good for anything, because a trump will take any card of any suit. The Atu of Ta'uti, who is the Lord of Wisdom, are also called keys. They are guides to conduct. They give you the map of the kingdom of heaven, and also the best way to take it by force. A complete understanding of any magical problem is necessary before it can be solved. Study from outside, and action from outside, are ways abortive. It is of the utmost importance to understand this extremely specialized character of the drums. To say that the trump numbered 3, called the Empress, represents Venus, means something much less and also much more than appears if Venus be studied from a strictly astrological standpoint. One abandons the contemplation of the whole in order to take practical advantage of a part. Just so tactics differs from strategy. A great general does not think of war in the abstract, but confines his attention to a minute part of his perhaps vast knowledge of the subject by considering the disposition of his forces at a given place and time, and how best to employ them against his adversary. This is of course true not only of the trumps, but of all the other cards, and it must be true of any specialized studies. If one goes into a shop and asks for a map of a certain country, one cannot get a complete map, because any such map would necessarily merge into the universe as it approached completeness, for a country's character is modified by the adjacent countries, and so on forever. Nor would even any useful map be complete in the most vulgar practical way without leading to confusion. The shopman would want to know whether his customer wanted a geological map, an orographical map, a commercial map, a map showing the distribution of population, or a strategic map, and so on forever. The student of the tarot must not therefore expect to find anything beyond a careful selection of the facts about any given card, a selection made for a quite definite magical purpose. However, the tarot does try to resume, in a single pictorial symbol, as many as possible of the useful aspects of the idea. In studying any card, one ought not to neglect any of the attributions, because each class of attribution does modify the form and color of the card, and its use. This essay will endeavor, in the section describing each card in turn, to include as many of the correspondences as possible. The Roman numbers of the trumps. Some paragraphs of this section repeat, in slightly different phrases, statements already made in earlier pages. This is intended. The trumps are numbered in Roman figures in order to avoid confusion with the Arabic numbers of the Sephiroth. It has puzzled the traditional writers on the tarot that these numbers should run from 0 to 21. They seem to have thought that it would be proper to assume that 0 was the fool, because he was a cipher, a good for nothing. They made this assumption simply because they did not know the secret doctrine of the Kabbalistic 0. They did not know elementary mathematics. They did not know that mathematicians begin the decimal scale with 0. To make it quite clear to initiates that they did not understand the meaning of the card called the Fool, they put him down between Atta cards 20 and 21, for what reason it baffles the human imagination to conceive. They then attributed the card number I, the jugular, to the letter Aleph. In this simple yet ingenious manner they the attribution of every card, except the universe, 21, wrong. Meanwhile, the true attribution was well guarded in the sanctuary. It only became public when the secret lection issued to members of the grade of practicus of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was published as a result of the catastrophe attending the English branch of the order in 1899 and 1900 EV, and the reconstruction of the whole order in March and April 1904 EV by putting the card marked 0 in its proper place, where any mathematician would have put it. The attributions fall into a natural order which is confirmed by every investigation. There was, however, one kink in the rope. The card called Adjustment is marked 8. The card called Lust is marked 11. To maintain the natural sequence, lust must be attributed to Libra, and adjustment to Leo. The old titles of these cards were respectively Strength and Justice. They are inadequate or misleading. This is evidently wrong, because the card called Adjustment actually shows a woman with sword and scales, while the card called Lust shows a woman and a lion. It was quite impossible to understand why this reversal should have taken place until the events of March and April, 1904, which are recounted in detail in the Equinox of the Gods. One need here give only one quotation. All these old letters of my book are right, but J is not the star. Al. 1.57. This was making darkness deeper. It was clear that the attribution of the star to the letter Tsodi was unsatisfactory, and the question arose, how to find another card which would take its place. An incredible amount of work was done on this, in vain. After nearly 20 years the solution appeared. The star represents Nuit, the starry heavens. I am infinite space, and the infinite stars thereof. Al. 1.22. She is represented with two vases, one pouring water, a symbol of light, upon herself, the other upon the earth. This is a glyph of the economy of the universe. It continually pours forth energy and continually reabsorbs it. It is the realization of perpetual motion, which is never true of any part, but necessarily true of the whole. For, if it were not so, there would be something disappearing into nothing, which is mathematically absurd. The principle of Carnot, the second law of thermodynamics, is only true in finite equations. The card which must be exchanged for the star is the Emperor, who bears the number 4, which signifies power, authority, law, and is attributed to the sign Aries. This proves very satisfactory. But it became infinitely more so as soon as it was seen that this substitution cleared up the other mystery about strength and justice. For Leo and Libra are, by this exchange, shown as revolved about Virgo, the 6th sign of the zodiac, which balances the revolution of Aries and Aquarius about Pisces, the 12th sign. This is a reference to a peculiar secret of the ancients which was very deeply studied by Godfrey Higgins and others of his school. It is useless to go far into the matter here, but the position is made clear enough by the accompanying diagram. It will be seen at a glance that now, for the first time, is a perfect symmetry established in the tarot. The justice of the exchange is evident when one considers etymology. It is natural that the Great Mother should be attributed to He, which is her letter in the Tetragrammaton, while the letter Tsodi is the natural letter of the Emperor in the original phonetic system, as shown in the words Tsar, Kaiser, Caesar, Senior, Sacred, Sephler, Signor, Sir. The tarot and magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with the will. In other words, it is science, pure and applied. This thesis has been worked out at great length by Dr. Sir J.G. Fraser. But in common parlance the word magic has been used to mean the kind of science which ordinary people do not understand. It is in this restricted sense, for the most part, that the word will be used till this essay. The business of science is to explore nature. Its first questions are, what is this? How did it come to be? What are its relations with any other object? The knowledge acquired may then be used in applied science, which asks, how can we best employ such and such a thing or idea for the purpose that, to us, seems fit? An example may make this clear. The Greeks of old were aware that by rubbing amber, which they called electron, upon silk, the amber acquired the power of attracting to itself light objects such as small pieces of paper. But there they stopped. Their science was hoodwinked by theological and philosophical theories of the a priori type. It was well over 2,000 years before this phenomenon was correlated with other electrical phenomena. The idea of measurement was hardly known to anyone but mathematicians like Archimedes and astronomers. The foundations of science, as it is understood today, were hardly laid at all 200 years ago. There was an immense amount of knowledge, but it was nearly all qualitative. The classification of phenomena depended chiefly upon poetic analogies. The doctrines of correspondences and signatures were based upon fanciful resemblances. Cornelius Agrippa wrote of the antipathy between a dolphin and a whirlpool. If a meretrix sat under an olive tree, it would bear no more fruit. If anything looked like something else, it partook in some mysterious way of its qualities. This sounds today to many people mere superstitious ignorance and nonsense, but it is not altogether so. The old system of classification was sometimes good and sometimes bad, as far as it went. But in no case did it go very far. The natural ingenuity of their natural philosophers did compensate very largely for the weakness of their theory, and it did ultimately lead them, especially through alchemy, where they were forced by the nature of the work to add real to their ideal observation, to introduce the idea of measure. Modern science, intoxicated by the practical success which attended this innovation, has simply shut the door on anything that cannot be measured. The old guard refuses to discuss it, but the loss is immense. Obsession with strictly physical qualities has blocked out all real human values. The science of the tarot is entirely based upon this older system. The calculations involved are very precise, but they never lose sight of the incommensurable and the imponderable. The theory of animism was always present in the minds of the medieval masters. Any natural object possessed not only its material characteristics, but was a manifestation of a more or less tangible idea on which it depended. The pool was a pool, true, but also there was a nymph whose home it was. In her turn, she was dependent on a superior kind of nymph, who was much less closely attached to any given pool, but more to pools in general, and so on, up to the supreme lady of water, who exercised a general supervision over her hold on women. She, of course, was subject to the general ruler of all the four elements. It was exactly the same idea as in the case of the police constable, who has his sergeant, inspector, superintendent, commissioner, always getting more cloudy and remote until you reach the shadowy home secretary, who is, himself, the servant of a completely intangible and incalculable phantom called the will of the people. We may doubt how far the personification of these entities was conceived as real by the ancients, but the theory was that while anyone with a pair of eyes could see the pool, he could not see the nymph except by some accident. But they thought that a superior type of person, by dint of searching, study and experiment, might acquire this general power. A person still more advanced in this science could get into real connection with the superior, because subtler forms of life. He could perhaps cause them to manifest themselves to him in material shape. A good deal of this rests upon the Platonic ideology, which maintained that any material object was an impure and imperfect copy of some ideal perfection. So men who wished to advance in spiritual science and philosophy strove always to formulate for themselves a pure idea. They tried to proceed from the particular to the general, and this principle has been of the greatest service to ordinary science. The mathematics was 6 plus 5 equals 11, and 12 plus 3 equals 15, was all invents. Advance only came when they wrote down their equations in general terms. x2 y2 equals x plus y. xy covers all possible cases of subtracting the square of one number from the square of another. So the meaningless and abstract, when understood, has far more meaning than the intelligible and concrete. These considerations apply to the cards taken from the tarot. What is the meaning of the Five of Wands? This card is subject to the Lord of Fire, because it is a wand, and to the Sephira Jebra, because it is a 5. It is also subject to the sign Leo, and to the planet Saturn, because this planet and sign determine the nature of the card. This is no more than saying that a dry martini has got some juniper in it, and some alcohol, and some white wine and herbs, and a bit of lemon peel, and some ice. It is a harmonious composition of various elements. Once mixed, it forms a single compound from which it would be very difficult to separate the ingredients, yet each element is necessary to the composition. The Five of Wands is therefore a personality. The nature of this is summed up in the tarot by calling it strife. This means that, if used passively in divination, one says, when it turns up, there is going to be a fight.
If used actively, it means that the proper course of conduct is to contend. But there is a further point about this card. It is governed from the angelic world by two beings, one during the hours of light, the other during the hours of darkness. Therefore, in order to use the properties of this card, one way is to get into communication with the intelligence concerned, and to induce him to execute his function. There are thus 72 angels set over the 36 small cards. These are derived from the great name of God of 72 letters, called Shemam-Farashk. The Shemam-Farashk and the tarot, this word means the divided name. The name is Tetragrammaton, IHVH, commonly called Jehovah. He is the supreme lord of the four elements which compose fundamentally the whole universe. There are 3 verses in Exodus 14, 19, 20, 21, each containing 72 letters. By writing down the first of these, and underneath this the next verse backwards, and under this again the last verse forwards, 72 columns of 3 letters each are obtained. These are read downwards, and the terminations al or are, according as they are male or female, appended. There is also an attribution of these intelligences, one to each of the quinaries or segments of 5 degrees of the zodiac, but there are also innumerable other angels, demons, magical images, lords of triplicities, lesser assistant angels and so on, with demons to correspond. It is quite useless to study all these attributions. They could only be wanted in case of wishing to get into actual communication with one of these for some special purpose. These matters are here mentioned for the sake of completeness, but the tarot will lose all its vitality for one who allows himself to be sidetracked by its pedantry. The tarot and ceremonial magic. The tarot is, thus, intimately bound up with the purely magical arts of invocation and evocation. By invocation is meant the aspiration to the highest, the purest form of the part of oneself that one wishes to put into action. Evocation is much more objective. It does not imply perfect sympathy. One's attitude to the being evoked may even be, at least superficially, hostile. Then, of course, a further advanced one is in initiation, unless the idea of hostility enters one's mind. Tad Carpenter, thus Tad Pardo. Thus, in order to understand any given card, one must identify oneself with it completely for the moment, and one way of doing this is to induce or compel the intelligence ruling the card to manifest to the senses. For, as explained above, the ancient theory of the universe included the thesis that every object in nature possessed a spiritual guardian. Roughly speaking, this did not apply so much to manufactured objects, though there are exceptions to this, as in the case of the gods of the hearth, the lintel, and the like, or of angels or spirits as supposed to be interested in one's sword or one's spear. A particularly powerful weapon was likely to get the reputation of not having been manufactured at all by human hands, but forged in volcanoes or in fairyland, and thus imbued with greater natural powers. Some famous swords had names, and were regarded as living beings. They were liable to fly out of the window if the owner played about too much, instead of killing people as is proper. The tarot and animism, it is only natural, therefore, that at a time when pictorial or written representations of ideas were beyond the comprehension of any but a very few people, when writing itself was considered magical, and printing, as it is, an invention of the devil, people should regard hieroglyphs, whether written or pictured, as living things having power in themselves. It may be that, even today, there are houses in darkest Shropshire where anyone who put another book on the top of the family Bible would be told never to darken those doors again. Automatic action is everywhere ascribed to inanimate objects, for instance, horseshoes on doors. There is an entire class of such superstitions. The problem of how any given superstition arose has not always been satisfactorily solved. One can, ignorantly, derive the sitting down 13 at table nonsense from the legend of the Last Supper. Incidentally, it can hardly have been the first time that those 13 sat down to table. But the really primitive superstitions cannot be explained so simply. It seems more probable that they arose from the unscientific habit, extremely common among men of science, of generalizing from too few facts. It might happen by chance that on half a dozen occasions within a short period, a hunter, setting out at full moon, was killed. The old fallacy of post hoc propter hoc would come in, and the village would say, "It is unlucky to go out hunting at full moon." This would gather force, as it was repeated through the generations, by virtue of mental indolence, and it would not be disturbed, because taboo would render the original coincidence unlikely to occur. If, however, something similar came off at the new moon, there would be a new superstition, and presently there would be a complete nexus of taboo about the moon. A recent case. The late Mr. S. L. Mathers published, in 1898-9, the translation of a manuscript called The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage in a small private edition. Some hundreds of people bought it. One special group of purchasers under his personal observation were all, or nearly all, hit by misfortune. Within a year, people were saying that it was terribly dangerous to have the book on one's shelves. Would this theory have resisted statistical examination? Who can say? But, curiously enough, in 1938 TV, a neglected copy was taken from its hiding place on an obscure shelf. Immediately, disasters occurred to most of the people concerned, and to those with whom they were in close relationship. Post hoc propter hoc. But who can be sure? The cards of the tarot as living beings' Victorian science, flushed with its victory over supernaturalism, was quite right to declare the immeasurable out of bounds. It had a right to do so on technical grounds, and it was a strategical necessity of its offensive, but it hampered itself by limiting its scope. It laid itself open to the deadliest attacks from philosophy. Then, especially from the angle of mathematical physics, its own generals betrayed its dogmatism. The essence of science today is far more mysterious than the cloudiest speculations of Leibniz, Spinoza or Hegel. The modern definition of matter reminds one irresistibly of the definition of spirit given by such mystics as Rais Proek, Bohm and Molinos. The idea of the universe in the mind of a modern mathematician is singularly reminiscent of the ravings of William Blake. But the mystics were all wrong when they were pious, and held that their mysteries were too sacred to analyze. They ought to have brought in the idea of measure. This is exactly what was done by the magicians and Kabbalists. The difficulty has been that the units of measurement have themselves been somewhat elastic, they even tend to be literary. Their definitions were as circular as, but not more fugitive than, the definitions of the physicists of today. Their methods were empirical, though they strove to make them accurate, as well as lack of precise measures and standard apparatus permitted, because they had not yet formulated any true scientific theory. But their successes were numerous. All depended on individual skill. One would rather trust oneself in illness to the born physician than to the laboratory experts of Battle Creek. One of the great differences between ancient and modern chemistry is the idea of the alchemists that substance in its natural state is, in some way or other, a living thing. The modern tendency is to insist on the measurable. One can go into a museum and see rows of glass globes and bottles which contain the chemical substances which go to make up the human body, but the collection is very far from being a man. Still less does it explain the difference between Lord Tomery and Bill Sykes. 19th century chemists were at great pains to analyze opium and isolate its alkaloids, rather like a child pulling a watch to pieces to see what makes it go. They succeeded, but the results were not altogether wholesome. Morphine has much more direct hypnotic effect than opium. Its action is speedier and the more violent. But it is also a very dangerous drug, and its effects are often disastrous. The action of morphine is sensibly modified by the other 20-odd alkaloids which exist in opium. The intoxicating effect of alcohol differs according to whether one absorbs it in rich bug 29 or in synthetic gin. An even more startling example comes from Venezuela, where running messengers chew coca leaves, cover their 100 miles a day, and sleep till they are rested. They have no bad reaction, and they do not acquire the habit. Cocaine is a different story. The adepts of the tarot would say, quite simply, we are alive and the plant is alive, so we can make friends. If you kill the plant first, you are asking for trouble. All this is here written in defense of the system of the makers and users of the tarot, of their methods of dealing with nature, of making experiments without undue attention to the wish quickly. They would expose a mixture to the rays of the sun or moon for weeks or months, thinking that everything would be spoiled if they boiled it up violently. The processes of nature, they would say, are slow and temperate. Let us copy them. There may have been good grounds for these views. Experience leads to the conclusion. This is by way of introduction to a thesis most necessary to the understanding of the tarot. Each card is, in a sense, a living being, and its relations with its neighbors are what one might call diplomatic. It is for the student to build these living stones into his living. The tarot and the universe. The tarot is a pictorial representation of the forces of nature as conceived by the ancients according to a conventional symbolism. The sun is a star. Around him revolve a number of bodies called planets, including the moon, a satellite of the earth. These bodies revolve in one direction only. The solar system not a sphere, but a wheel. The planets do not remain inexact but swing to a certain, comparatively small, extent from one side of the true plane to the other. Their orbits are elliptical. The ancients imagined this wheel very much more clearly than modern minds are wont to do. They paid particular attention to the imaginary rim. Within the limits of this rim, they conceived that the fixed stars beyond were in a special way connected with the apparent motion of the Sunday. This rim or belt of the wheel they called the zodiac. The constellations outside this belt did not seem to them to matter so much to mankind, because they were not in the direct line of the great whirling force of the wheel. TROROTA equals wheel. Theories of the ancients. 1. In old times, it was supposed that the earth was the center of the universe. The heavens being above the earth, they did not realize them as being equally below it. They were accounted as of the divine nature. And as they recognized imperfections and irregularity in mundane affairs, they thought that the movements of the heavenly bodies, which they observed to be regular, must be perfect. They then started some a priori thinking. Their mathematicians had the idea that a circle was a perfect figure. Therefore, they said, with characteristic theological reasoning, all heavenly bodies must move in circles. This religious assumption caused great trouble to the astronomers. As their measurements became more extended and accurate, they found it increasingly difficult to reconcile observation with theory, at least to do so without putting themselves to vast inconvenience in their calculations. So they invented cycles and epicycles to explain the observed movements. Ultimately, Copernicus was goaded by this annoyance to suggest that it would really be very much more convenient, if only the idea were not so wicked, to imagine that the sun, and not the earth, was the center of the system. In mathematics there are no fixed facts. Bertrand Russell says that in this subject nobody knows what he is talking about, and it matters to nobody whether he is right or wrong. For example, begin with the assumption that the moon is the immovable center of the universe. Nobody can contradict it. One simply switches the calculations over to suit. The practical objection to this is that it would not facilitate the work of navigators. It is important to have this idea in one's mind, because otherwise one fails to grasp the whole spirit of modern science philosophy. It does not aim at truth. It does not conceive of truth, in any ordinary sense of the word, as possible. It aims at maximum convenience. They did not understand that the circle is only one case of the ellipse, that in which the foci coincide. 2. To return to the picture of the solar system. The sun is the hub of the wheel. The outermost planet is on its rim, and beyond. But laterally within that rim are the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Why 12? The first rough division of the circle is into 4, according to the observed seasons. This choice may also have been influenced by the division of the elements into 4: fire, air, water, earth. These do not mean the objects now understood by these words, as explained above. Perhaps because they thought it necessary to introduce so sacred a number as 3 into everything heavenly, or else because the observed constellations happen to be naturally divided into 12 groups, they divided the zodiac into 12 signs, 3 to each season. The influence of the sun upon the earth was observed to change as he passed through the signs. So did quite simple things like the measure of time between sunrise and sunset. When one says that the sun enters the sign of Aries, one means that if a straight line were drawn from the earth to the sun and prolonged to the stars, that line would pass through the beginning of that constellation. Suppose, for instance, that one observes the full moon on the first day of spring, one will be able to see, behind her, the stars of the beginning of Libra, the sign opposite to Aries. It was observed that the moon took approximately 28 days to pass from full to full, and to each day was assigned W hat was called a mansion. Her mysterious influence was supposed to change in each mansion. This theory does not enter directly into the tarot, but it must be mentioned to help to clear up a certain confusion which is about to complicate the question. 3. Early astronomers calculated that the sun took 360 days to go round the zodiac. This was a closely guarded secret of the learned, so they concealed it in the divine name Mithras, which adds up, according to the Greek convention, M40, I10, TH, 9, A100, A1, S200, to 360. Better observation showed 365 days to be more accurate, so they decided to call it a Brux's, A1, B2, A100, A1, X60, A1, S200. When the others found this out, they put themselves right by altering the spelling of Mithras to Mithras, which adds, like Brux's, to 365. In this there is still an error of not quite 6 hours, so that, in the course of centuries, the calendar kept slipping. It did not assume its present form until the time of Pope Gregory. The point of all this, that they divided the circle of the zodiac into 360 degrees, is that this is a convenient basis for calculation. Each angular measure of 10 degrees was called a decanate. Of these there are thus 36, dividing each sign of the zodiac into 3 sections. It was supposed that the influence of the sign was very swift and fierce in the first decan, powerful and balanced in the macrocosm and the microcosm. Man is himself a little universe, he is a minute copy of the big universe. This argument was, of course, worked backwards, so the characteristics above given of the qualities of the 3 decans in a sign were probably due to an analogy with the course of a man's life. 4. The above remarks constitute a fairly complete idea of the arbitrary, or mostly arbitrary, presentation of the cosmos by the ancients. First of all, the division into 4 elements. These elements pervade everything. They would argue something like this about the Sunday. They would say that he was principally fire, for obvious reasons, but he would have also in him the airy quality of mobility. The watery part would be shown by his power to create images, and the earthy part, his immense stability. Similarly, of a serpent, they would call his power of death fiery, his swiftness, airy, his undulatory motion, watery, and his habit of life, earthy. These descriptions are obviously quite inadequate. They have to be filled up by attributing planetary qualities and zodiacal qualities to all objects. Thus, the bull in the zodiac is an earthy sign, and this is the central sign of the 3 through which the sun passes during spring. But the bovine nature is also gentle, wherefore they said that Venus rules the sign of Taurus. The cow, moreover, is the principal milk-giving animal, so they made her the great mother goddess, thus identifying her with the moon, the mother of heaven, as the sun is the father. They represented this idea by saying that the moon is exalted in Taurus, that is, that she exerts the most beneficent aspect of her influence when she is in that sign. 5. It is confusing at first, but most instructive and illuminating when the principle is thoroughly assimilated, to note how all these elements subdivide and coalesce. One can only reach the comprehension of any one of these symbols by making a composite picture of it, one composed of all the others in varying proportion. Thus each of the planets gives a certain portion of its influence to any object. This habit of thought leads to an understanding of the unity of nature, with its proper and spiritual exaltation, which could hardly be attained in any other way. It produces an internal harmony which ends in an acceptance of life and of nature. It is now almost time to analyze and define the traditional characteristics of these symbols. But perhaps it would be better, first of all, to build on a sure foundation by consideration of the number 2, which hitherto has not been taken into account. There are only 2 operations possible in the universe, analysis and synthesis. To divide, and to unite. Solvet coagula, said the alchemists. If anything is to be changed, either one must divide one object into 2 parts, or add another unit to it. This principle lies at the basis of all scientific thought and work. The first thought of the man of science is classification, measurement. He says, this oak leaf is like that oak leaf, this oak leaf is unlike this beech leaf. Until one has grasped this fact, one has not begun to understand scientific method. The ancients were fully cognizant of this idea. The Chinese, in particular, based their whole philosophy on this primary division of the original nothing. One must begin with nothing, otherwise the question would arise, whence came this postulated something? So they wrote the equation, 0 equals +1 plus -1, 0 equals +1 plus -1. +1 they called the yang, or male principle, -1, the yin or female principle. These then combine in varying proportion, giving the idea of heaven and earth in perfect balance, the sun and the moon in perfect balance, and the 4 elements in unbalanced form. See diagram at right. The Chinese cosmos. This Chinese arrangement is thus tenfold, and has been shown to be admirably equivalent to the system which had
time. But I can accept you without agreeing.
been here examined. 6. The ancient
Time. This.
I think that's like coming to Clown House, because technically when you jerk it, you're projecting and
I'm doing everything I can by law, just to, you know.
The answer is like, I've been friends with Jazzy or Jazzy.
Yeah. Hi.
Well, your dad is.
scheme of the elements.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save.
Welcome to War, Shay! Welcome, Shay, to War! Hi, Shay!
Before I started Josh Sellers and named it after my dad, my wife Dee and I would go watch the horse races. She'd always bet.
Hi, Abby. Hi, Abby. Welcome to war. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Are you at the grocery store with coupons? Are you at the office making photocopies? Did you leave the window open? Welcome to AdrianDittman.com. War! Do you want to say anything, Abby, or are you just here to voyeur? Woo! I almost knocked over a phone, Abby. My people will be free from the river to the sea. Yeah, he called. We worked it out. I think I kind of worried about him because, like, I think maybe he does have some mental health problems. So, anyways, we talked, but like I was still like upset, and but then I realized I think I might know who he is. I thought it was actually somebody from my college, I think originally, but then I was like, oh, this is just like some random internet person. Almost everybody, like not almost everybody, but everybody on this app is like very random, which in many ways is like a good thing. And I think anonymity is so important. Yeah, I know, but like the point is, I think I don't really know a lot of tough people who are like violent. You know what I'm saying? Like I think he just wants to play the game, but like maybe he's shy. Who knows? Like there's so many reasons. Like I don't even want to talk about it anymore because it's over and done with. We like hashed it out. I confirmed that I didn't like cause any abuse or harm to this person, so they were in the wrong. And I think he was just like, okay, sounds good. But most people won't even apologize or ask for forgiveness. So it's like, Abby, you got to be tough in this world. Hey. Oh, sister. Okay, sister. Can't you just say androgenic alopecia, sister? Do you have to use that horrible S word that nasty chicken eater said? Can't you just say, sorry, John, I know you've got androgenic alopecia and you're my sister? Why are you so cruel? Oh, I know why. Because you are a fucking Nazi, you dirty bitch, you skinhead lover of fucking Diogenes Spooner. You're the skinhead lover. You're projecting, bitch. Sisters don't project to sisters. You ain't no sister, you dirty fucking hoe. You German slut, pig bitch. Go back to Diogenes Spooner. Get lost, sister. You're no sister of mine. I think the schizo guy was warning me about you, saying like you all suck, fuck them all. I think that's why he fucks with you guys, because he hates all of you. He thinks you're all trash. And maybe he's right. So you know what, sister? Fuck you, sister. See, the funniest thing is I have like a real sister, and like I would never talk to my real sister like that. So, you know, like I consider all sisters my sister. So, Abby, you know what? You're back in the circle of trust. My sister forgiveness circle's very quick. So, congratulations. You're back, sister. I forgive you, sister. I know what it's like to be fat and depressed, sister. This is like, oh, sister, don't cry. Sister, can you raise your hand and say something, sister? Because, like, sister's getting suspicious of sister. Oh, sister. Just made me drop my phone. My dominoes of cell phones crashed. Instant karma.
Instant karma.
No, it happens. Like, it happened yesterday. It's very annoying. And it's all because, like, I'm sitting here laughing. You know, to me, this is so funny. So, you know, sister, I mean, I think, anyways, I hashed it out with my stalker. All is good. It's crazy.
Yeah, but like who's the guy? Like, I think it's the same person with multiple accounts, and then he goes after, like...
It's Anthony. It's Anthony. That's the profile.
Yeah, but he's not really Anthony.
He's got two profiles. I agree. It's somebody fucking around who has
It's not really Anthony. He will change it to someone else soon.
I know. It's somebody that has a grudge against your clique, you know, or...
No, but not only my clique, but everyone. He had a grudge against Pepe, Lisa, Christy. Like, I think he just does it to everyone, and he just...
Anyways, his voicemails were creepy.
With this dude.
His voicemails were creepy to me.
Well, he can come over to Germany. I'm sure he can pass the board.
Anyways, he's neither here nor there. But this room is on record. I wouldn't be surprised if he listens to more.
Yeah, hi, stalker.
Okay, I'm co-modding you in the war. Together, we will be victorious.
I cannot talk much because my parents are around.
Your parents?
Mm-hmm.
Mama, Dada?
I mean, they are out now, but they will come back soon. Where are the other sisters at?
Oh, let's channel Danny. Where are other sisters? Well, Ryan is so annoying, and for God's sakes, Bussy has the dirtiest mouth I've ever heard on this app. Not actually, he's not. What's his face? DJ Pack is actually the most probably disgusting person I've ever heard on this app, but Bussy is really gross. And please,
Yeah, he can be.
if Bussy comes in, do not mod. Do not mod.
No, I won't. Did you see about this girl that had 100 men in one day?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
It's disgusting beyond belief.
Yeah, what do you think about people forgiving her for what she did?
Well, good for them.
Do you think she's good looking?
Who?
Do you think this girl is beautiful?
Who?
This girl that had 100 men in one day.
No.
Now you know the seven share a common mind, but the seventh has the power to disrupt. When you injured him, he lost control, so they saw you fighting. And now, he has recovered enough to shield himself from you once again. They want to make an alliance with you, sometimes great enemies. become allies so they can fight a common foe. Do they know how to kill him? I think for obvious reasons they won't answer that question. And I don't see how they can help. You're here to help them.
So the core consumer price index for November 2024 is up 3.3% year on year. So that's basically inflation at 3.3. That's the Fed prime rate.
Over the millennia, they've gathered vast resources that could help you in your hunt. The legend was passed down through the centuries concerning a book, the Oxylo Lumen. What do you know of this book? I know I prove that it exists. What are they saying? They're trying to decide whether you should live. How do you know this? The servant.
There's Abby left. She just pieced out. Sister just left sister. Instant karma. Oh, Abby's doing so much with herself.
And everlasting horror. And he's not quite sure how to do it. Because in Christianity there are two sins to be avoided, among others. One is called presumption, and that is knowing surely that you are saved. The other is called despair, which is knowing surely that you're damned. There's always a margin of doubt about this. Work out your salvation in fear and trembling.
You want to talk politics? All right.
So you might say that this is preeminently the gambler's religion. Imagine, at some great casino, late at night, there is some marvelous master gambler who's been winning all night. And then suddenly he decides to stake his whole winnings on whether the ball lands on red or black. Sensation! Everybody gathers from all over the casino to watch this terrific gamble. So in the same way, the predicament in which the Christian soul finds itself is this colossal gamble, which is saying this universe can possibly contain in it ultimate tragedy. There could be such a thing as an absolute, final, irremediable mistake. And what a horror that thought is. And so the Hindu is sitting in the audience, fascinated by this Christian's extraordinary reckless gamble. He says that's a beautiful game. The Christian doesn't know it's a game, but the Hindu suspects it is. And he's a little bit admiring it, but not quite involved. Now you would say, perhaps, now you ought to be involved. Give your whole self to this. Make an act of commitment. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. In the strife twixt truth and falsehood for the good or evil side. Then it is the brave man chooses while the coward stands aside, etc. That sounds great, doesn't it? Commitment. Stand up and be counted. It is a virtue, but on the other hand, you see another virtue, what we call being a good sport. If your enemy in the battle of life is to be regarded as an absolute enemy, who is pure evil, black as black could be, you can't be a good sport. You can accord him no chivalry, no honors of battle. You've got to annihilate him by any means possible, fair or foul.